doing today? Oh shit, here we go again. Yeah, yeah. Ding ding. QQQ looks kind of dumpy. Rejection at 70 is probably bearish. So this will be a pretty important level. I would say, given that vol is still quite high, it's not unreasonable to think that we could fill the gap. We'll need to break 75. 75 to confirm the upside move, and that takes us out to about 5100, 5110. Should we be able to get substantially above it? But right now, still very much in bear territory. VIX massacre. Yeah, VIX down to levels not seen since yesterday. Good morning, Varix. What's up, Kirk? We bearish? I don't know yet. We're right in the middle. Nikkei at 38K. Is someone deleveraging the carry trade? Yeah, Nikkei got slapped hard last night, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And no. The yen is still massively down against the dollar. China's been pushing back a little bit. EU got a little bump in inflation, so that's helping soften the dollar a bit, but nothing tremendous. I can't stop buying VNAD. Alright, just don't tell me about it when you lose all your money. Those GoEV calls were nice. Yeah, bumped again overnight, another 10%. It's kind of looking a little squeezy. Although I'm not sure how much there is to actually squeeze. Glib clap, be real with me. What is it? Win down? Is AMC the real play? No, never has been. Hmm. So that consolidation that you guys are watching out on ES, I have that drawn, but really I mean, if you ignore a lot of the volatility, right? It's like this. This is like bearish continuation generally. We had something similar up here, right? We did break above it briefly, but overall, these like rectangle patterns that you get are usually a continuation of the prior price action. So not super bullish. The fact that it does have like a little bit of a rising trend in volatility probably makes it even less so. But something to think about. I mean, I wouldn't rely on the technicals entirely. It's up 6% today. AMC? Okay. So, who's Big Spoon? Dork, I know he's smaller than you, but he seems like someone that's very comforting to be held by. Carl, you're supposed to be Big Spoon. It's your. We chose you to be Big Spoon largely because your eunuch like qualities made us feel very unthreatened. That's because I'm fat, isn't it? That too. I have a strange feeling that Go EV might be squeezing. Maybe. Hmm. Haven't failed 70 yet. It's too early to buy the pooties. Way too early. Or is it? Hmm. Ooh. Forward returns are almost negative. That one's Dork's fault. When Go EV $8? That's a good question. If I should scalp it again. Hmm. 350 is kind of attractive. Hmm. Okay. It's kind of breaking out here. Prior high was like almost 5, and then it failed. Today's day 19 on Reg Show. 1 second. Yep. Okay. I guess let's see what happens. Yeah, if Beyond goes back on Reg Show, or when Beyond goes back on Reg Show. Until then, they're going to short the fuck out of it. I'm bad. I already did. Spank me. That's your husband's job. Is the market going to act like an utter freak again today? Yeah, probably. Treasury tick data should be released today, 4:15. Yep. GoEV 2GTE 150p, volume of 1. Last bought for 38 cents. No bids. Ask higher strikes is 0.01. Bet that guy feels like an idiot. Are you loading up REITs? No, I'm not. I got an ad on Reddit about gold futures from CME Group. Is this bullish? Yes, for gold. Good morning. IMF thing relevant, or will US just be like YOLO Dixie to 110? Which IMF thing? What's that 5K synth log dated for? I think a bunch of it falls off this Friday. I shorted a few REITs when inflation started picking up back in like Jan, but not a lot. It wasn't a big position. They told the US to reduce its deficit. Ah, they can't tell us what to do. America's greatest exports are security and inflation. At the money IV on GoEV is 300%. This can only end badly, right? Of course. What is this price action? Well, it's so far it looks like a lot of people selling calls. Getting their call sale on. At least on SPX. Oh, so I don't like that part. So it doesn't really matter though. It's still pretty bearish. That looks like dog shit. Mm. GoEV is right on the precipice of its little tips unraveling. And when the tips unravel, it does fun things. Will Fubo be allowed to breathe now? Why? You mean will it bounce back to 150 and stay there? Possibly. I don't see no SLD downs. The day just started 15 minutes ago. My GoEV cost basis is $439. I have one share. Winning. Hmm. Rejection of 350 test. Hmm. If they get that back below 3, though, there's still 5. Well, it's turning up a little bit. Oh, let's see what we got going on over here. It's breaking down a tiny bit. SPX looks like it's starting to top out. Not quite bearish yet, but getting a little bit more so. A little bit of delta falling off. Hmm. What a weird fucking place to find support. Coming back into the trend. Support at 70. Alright, let's see how things look. Like the stream for your options to come in the money. If it were only that easy. Getting a little bit of call side support at 65. Still not negative, but something to watch out for. Yeah, the put ramp to the downside is quite nice, though. So if we slip this, we could definitely fill the gap. See how well they can defend it, I guess. QQQ inverse SPX. Yeah, it's dragging on it a lot, right? It overperformed yesterday, so they're probably just kind of equalizing a bit now. But yeah, tech's not doing well today, right? Yellow-bellied warbler formation on the 5-minute. Trust me, I'm an ornithologist. Go EV, go. It's trying. I feel like if it can hold $3 on the pullback, that's in a pretty good spot. Over the next couple hours, maybe. Yeah, maybe just the next hour. I got volumes okay. Odds of my SPY 503 put going green. Man, I don't even know what the fuck SPY is trading at. 505? I don't know. If you just bought it, maybe 30% or something like that. The top on major resistance into a lower low seems bearish. Yeah, yeah, it does. That's correct. Membership milestone. Thank you so much, Scooby Doo. Also appreciate the enthusiasm. I killed GoEV by buying a few calls. Thanks. My bad, guys. My bad. It's a nice reversal off of the EMA 60 there. See if it keeps up. QQQ looks like it's still failing. ES is starting to break down from this morning's moderately bearish consolidation. We'll be looking for that 103.25 test, right? We break through the 100 level. Well, we'd just be looking for support at 50.92 again. But those would be the confirms for a larger downside move. Also, where momentum would pick up. VIX is kind of getting out of its slump. That's sold off again. Fucking piece of shit. BNED acting the fool, getting a little excited. Yeah. Next person to say BNED gets a timeout. I recouped my losses from yesterday. I want to see if it can break out and re-enter. Okay. I'll be back around close to collect my put winnings. Hit the lever before that. Tank the market. Okay, I'll try. A little bit of vol shorting. Ooh, I also have one of these. Let's do a classic. When is OPEX? Friday. Friday's OPEX. Thanks, Evans. Quite a bit of OI on the XSP 505 put. Interesting. Usually there's never quite a bit of OI on anything to do with XSP. Started to get COVID crash vibes. Down all day. Gap up market open. Down all day. There's some similarities there. Although I would say this is far more stable than that was. Thank you for all you do, Gherkin. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, man. I'm up 4 cents on my BNED buy-in yesterday. Time me out. How's NVIDIA looking? Looks like it failed an 890 test at market open, breaking through 870. That might be a good confirm. It's selling off pretty fucking hard. Yeah, it failed 890 and then it failed 880. So dipping just below 70 right now. Hmm. Is this SLD? It starts today and continues through to Monday morning. How would a leveraged synthetic ETF fail to deliver? What is there to fail? They would fail. They would fail on the creation of shares within the ETF, right? I assume you're like questioning how something like SQQQ could end up on RegShow. That's failure to delivers of shares of SQQQ or something like that. You know, any leveraged ETF. ASML boofed earnings. Chip demand is slowing. Ouch. SLD, SLD, SLD. Let's fucking go. Okay, relax, overly bearish person. Chris M. So losing 65 is the thing. Oh, definitely. Ooh, big volume. That came out of nowhere. I feel like that's just more accurate. What a weird, like, breakout. It's like a vinegar stroke. Like, the bulls clearly came right here, you know? And then this was just like one too many pumps. Huh. So the bulls are tender and spongy. Yeah. Losing 65 is really bearish. Opens up test of, well, actually anything between 50 and 50-20. Quite a lot of downside range here. Things are getting more bearish. Delta's continuing to fall off. It's starting to lose the supportive charm. This isn't very bullish. This is a little bit of a, yeah, that already broke down. They still may try to save this, but yeah, I don't know how much damage they're gonna do. We have a little handle on the short there with Go EV for a second. Discord saves up, but it seems to be muted. It's not. There's just like fucking problems with the audio. Like some people get the audio, some people don't. But it's not muted. It's working. It's just that only some of you can hear it. I don't know if they're fixing it. I filed like a bug report. Is this SLD? Why do you think what do you think about Fubo in the long run? Also BNED. I mean, I like BNED, but the risk there is obviously enormous. Fubo, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with some of the stuff management has chosen to do. I think I would have been happier owning Fubo if they'd just pursued soccer instead of trying to get revenues from like MLB and NFL. I think there was a really big market there for them to just focus all of their efforts on. But I will say that if they're able to get an injunction against the joint venture between Disney and Fox, the price of the stock will probably explode just on the hype. So that's fun. I don't know how good it is for them in the long run, but it's definitely something fun to think about. Sweet, SPX is going to pay for all of my Go EV mistakes. Thanks, Index. Mistakes? I shouldn't have full ported. I mean, it's reversing at least. If it gets back above VWAP, that's kind of bullish. Should I have some kind of stop on this? Probably. $60 shouldn't be a real resistance. That seems fake. That resolved really quickly. Weak fucking upside move. Jesus, that fucking bounce went nowhere. Let's see. That doesn't look good. That also doesn't look great. There's a little more delta. Okay. Less pathetic than the initial attempt. At 15. All right. Anybody watching the borrow rate on GoEV? Is it? I don't care what it is. I just want to know if it's moving up. Skipping town on the put. Shill. Yeah. 270 on the day. I'll take it. Nice, Dork. It paid for me buying 1,000 shares of BNet and then some. Don't forget to save some money for the 5-cent buyout option. If you're gonna buy BNet, right? Because when they distribute those shares, they're gonna offer shareholders shares at 5 cents a pop. Mike Mio, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. How's the 5 cent buyout work? I'm assuming that they're going to offer shares to current shareholders at 5 cents each. I think preferred stock exercisable at $5, but I haven't read all of the paperwork yet. I've been busy. Go borrow rate 184.7. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to hear, crypto. Going up though? Has it been rising? I assume it has. Way too much covering on Reg Show for it not to be. A couple days ago, you mentioned their attempts to short vol were pretty exhaustive. Did you think they will continue to struggle in their attempts to pump, or more worthless now? I mean, I think that's a given, right? Did I buy that option at its cheapest possible price? No, I could have gotten it for 75 cents. Bullshit. That's yesterday's bar rate. Oh, okay. I'm not in BNet. Is this my chance to buy in on a 2024 version of Rev? Well, they haven't filed bankruptcy, and they're offering their shareholders the opportunity to bail them out. Technical level at 56. This could be important for squeezing out short vol. There we go. VIX just pushing up against 18 here. Ooh, interesting. This put is not fucking moving on this bounce at all. That's weird. Hmm. ASML earnings weren't very good. Maybe that's dragging it down. Maybe. Nvidia failed 865, so dealer on Nvidia selling the flat tape now. Or dealers. Wouldn't go EV $5? I don't know. Holding $3 here is important though. If we can resist the downturn in the indexes and they don't turn down for too long, then it might start running back up again. So we fill the gap. I could just stay short till... Yeah, I don't really have to do much there, do I? 30 CTA level at 50 and 50-30. I assume that they're going to try to defend this, right? This doesn't look great or bullish. They're gonna have a bulls are gonna have a really hard time establishing any kind of foothold here that matters. Um, we're looking at something like might be ambitious. All right. Okay. But no, I'm not playing Carvana earnings. XSP paid for my GoEV calls, so that's winning-ish, I guess. Nice. Yeah, I mean, GoEV is just like high risk, high reward kind of shit, but I mean, it's cheap as fuck, right? It's not like you have to pay a lot of money to get a ton of leverage. Why is this called REIT Dip? I had a stream card. B, 30-year mortgage rates at 7.13 again. It doesn't feel like bears have enough to break the 50-50 support. The bears don't need to do anything here. Dealers already selling, right? So I mean, it's the bulls that have to turn it around, not bears that need to drive it down further. I can't believe I was denied this song. After all these years, it's cool. I still love you. Wait, what song? What? Oh, shit. I didn't even see you fucking... Thank you so much, man. Hit me up if you need me to get you added to the country club. I missed that. My bad. Vic's 33 end of week. It's a bit much. Mods are really slacking with reminding Gherkin about new members. They should be banned. Carl, you're a moderator. Asking because I kind of want to 20% port AIRC. Gross. No worries, I still owe you that pint if you ever visit OG Yorm. Okay. Noted. Are we banning Carl today? Bullish. No, 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 no. If I banned Carl, all his tea would come flooding back immediately and the market would rip to 6,000. Yorm, aka York. Okay. Thank you so much, dude. Carl flogged at least. Yeah, he was into that. Nice. Failure at 50 opens up the range down to 50-20. Resistances are going to be at... Ooh, well, 45 a bit. But if we break 45, 35, 25, and 20. Tight stop here on the breakout's probably intelligent. Just in case it reverses. Which it did. Motherfucker. No, actually that was pretty good. How much did I make on that? $4? Let's see if it rejects again. How are we doing on the momentum side of this? Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so breakout failed. Little bounce. It doesn't look particularly bullish though. Yeah, I don't think this is like the saving grace for the bulls, but it might bounce back 50-60. Could open up a re-entry. What's going on with GoEV? They're still trying to short the fuck out of it. Well, they are shorting the fuck out of it, but it's not really doing much. I fucking hate it when that happens. Stupid bulls. They tried to juke me. If NVIDIA breaks the 860 support, I think SPX breaks 5,000. I feel like a kid at a park. I just keep climbing back to the top of the slide and riding it back down. Yeah. Eventually you'll master the art of like climbing back just up the slide. Did I miss any good plays? A couple nice scalps on a few drops, but nothing crazy. This might set up another one. Bulls are trying to pull away from the vol risk. At least now we know where all the sold puts are. So GoEV makes canoes, I assume. Yeah. Was there a write-up for GoEV? No, not at all. Yeah, that wasn't a very bullish bounce. Let's see if they're gonna need to lever this up a lot more to get anything out of it. It's like trying to squeeze a turnip. Maybe another little bounce right here. Off the end of this. 62 is kind of an important level. 62.32. You know, I should really mark that because that's been important for a few days. Shit. Okay, I did want it a little cheaper than that. Okay. So we just keep bouncing off 50-50, but not necessarily. The more tests of it we have, the greater the probability that it breaks down. Go EV pro tip: don't buy at $493. Yeah. Do I see good plays? Flat all day again. No, I think momentum's a little bit better today, actually. Okay, maybe that was the perfect fill. I'm gonna trust my gut. I know us pores are targeting down a 25k PDT restriction. Is your goal to be a billionaire within this lifetime? I'd like that. That'd be cool. I don't know what I'd do with it. Fun stuff, I assume. Can we just keep high vol forever? I'd like that. Yeah. Alright. Filled the little gap on the breakdown. We're still gonna fight for this. Not really. Give me 1 second. I think someone's at my door. Oh no, GoEV has failed me. $289. Yeah, SPX still looks pretty bearish. Might be getting even more bearish, actually. Quite a lot of put volume coming in. Getting a very nice ramp to 35. And then from 35 to 20, it's... things look pretty awful. 30's got a little bit of support, and they might defend 30 because it's the like bigger of the two CTA triggers. So keep that in mind. Trying to burn all the weekly calls off of the chain. Crush the gamma. But the $3 call is still at the money. Mm-hmm. Alright. I picked up a few May 350 Gary V calls on that drop. Watch out below. Yeah, even with the big volumetric short, I'm not sure that they're really accomplishing anything. Like, this is just gonna compound obligations. Shorting on reg show. So smart. It's the next test of 50-50. Stop up. No way they lose it this early in the morning, right? And they could. Let's see. Should be a little bit bullish. I play the call side of this or assume it's gonna fail. higher low off that, right? So there. All right. What's up, popcorn? ISO audit is so boring. Yeah, it's not gonna be fun. Win VIX 30. Go EV FTDs on 8 should hit yesterday, today. Okay. How much theta would you want to capture a move? On what? Go EV? Couple days. I don't know. I should probably be buying shit for like next week, but the pressure's there now, right? Like they're already doing pretty desperate shit. 1322 on SPY and realize trading is my blue chew. Good VFTDs in the 8th should have hit yesterday, today. Alright, just joining. How are we getting rich today, sir? Mostly I'm just padding losses on my Go EV position by shorting SPX. That's been decent so far. Although they're trying to get a reversal here. They might still get it. And get another small bounce. We're butting up right against that 50.9250 level on ES that we talked about earlier. We broke that original trend here. So now this is extended a bit as volatility picks up. You have to be careful right here though, because a bounce could be kind of a big deal. 50.38. Start filling that gap from back here in Feb 21, 22 gap. Just like, probably not that important, but the CTA trigger is like right in the middle of it, so probably it's worth paying attention to. Commodity trading advisors. Huge volume on the 350. Not a lot of volume for May. This bounce should be a little stronger. They might try to push a VIX back to like the 1760 level. Looks like they're selling the 50-50 pretty heavily. It's just the title. Grab the oil drill. We need to start fracking this resistance. I mean, if we get a breakout and a failure from a higher point, we get to test it with more momentum, right? I mean, a lot of this shit, like this slow bleed crap, this isn't an effort to prevent, momentum from taking over and the market maker just slamming us through the resistance, right? And so, it's kind of like trying to put the brakes on the price action in order to stabilize things. Were you kidding or serious? My message got chopped in half. I don't know what you're talking about. How do you feel about Lockheed or Raytheon, especially with Ukraine, Israel, now Iran stuff popping up everywhere? I think it'd be a very long time before they saw increases in revenues or profitability due to any of that. Sold 50-50, just, I mean, there's a play there on buying into the hype, but as far as the fundamentals go, that would take some time. Yeah, I mean, well, the fact that they're selling puts so close to the money definitely increases the risk when we move to retest those levels. Can you change screens? Oh, sorry. It's the same shit. Doesn't matter. Hmm. Son of a bitch. So we're looking at 35, 30, and then 20 are the important downside levels here. What's up, Popcorn? $503 guy is saved. Yes, he is. This is the top of that gap out on the daily. There. Ugh. See this big fat fucking gap here? I know it's hard to see with all the lines, but 50, 38, 65 from Feb 21st. CTA triggers like right here near the top of it. JPM puts delta neutral are near the bottom. So we tested it. This is profit taking on the put side. 7 is the trend. Got $1.60. That's not great. That was the mean reversion for GoEV. Let me see what's going on with momentum here. Still pretty bearish. It's starting to kind of flatten out on the longer time frames. Forward returns are negative below this point, so 60. Set a stop at like. Son of a bitch. There's that's a bunch of capitulation. All right, we got a real bounce here. Looks like fix back under 18. Could it be determined how high this could go? I mean, I would look to here on a retest to that prior trend. Could fail there. If it breaks out above that, 62 would be the next upside target, then 70. Kicked off a nice little pump on GoEV though. See if that can push back up through the $3 strike. It's a pretty clean bounce off the trend. Although this consolidation isn't the best. That's the 1 hour. European speeches this morning might hint at rate cuts. They might. I mean, that'll drive the dollar up if they do. That murdered all my profits. No stop or stop too wide? What's the situation with GoEV? 19 days on reg show, illiquid as fuck. Borrow rates rocketing. Fun stuff. Decent amount of calls on the chain. They're all short, but they can get squeezed out when the underlying gets covered. Where do you think Nvidia's going? I took profits. I mean, if it stays below 65, the market maker's still selling the flat tape. So, let's see. I got a bounce at what, 56? Gamma neutrals at 38, which is the test, right? I think it could still test GN. It might take a couple days, but about 80 50 debit spread, and then 50. I'll probably pick up some 50 puts, depending on where this bounce ends up. Can bulls leverage this into anything meaningful? It's almost a reversal, but not quite. So still kind of weak. Picking up a little bit of positive momentum in the mid-range, but I might need to pull back more first. Looks like we got a fairly clean bounce off of the 5078, which is, I mean, it's definitely a support here, right? At least it was a support a few days ago. So we'll see. You know, it's got some volume backing it, so they'll probably try. If they lose 45 again, that's pretty bad. Yeah. Let me see how positioning looks. There's still a decent number of calls at 50. So 45's kind of important here. We lost it pretty quickly last time, so it didn't make much of a difference. But now with lower volume, it'll matter more. So we'll see if they can find support on it. If they can, that's gonna bring this like that. So this would be like where it fails. That would be bullish. We get some day trades back tomorrow. Cool. Let me look at the neutrals on this. Call buying's been pricking up pretty steadily. Dealers selling the flat tape up to $7. Gamma Max is at 8. Delta just broke above positive this morning. So did Gamma. Okay. Which means... let me ask. Too much put capitulation for continued downside? No, not at all. This is super weak, right? They shouldn't be failing this. The Bulls are gonna have a hard time digging themselves out of this hole. This is not a good place for them to be. Doesn't mean they're not gonna try, and we've probably got a little bit of time with them trying. Maybe like 20, 30 minutes. Retesting 45. That's pretty bearish. I can find support. I'm gonna try to get support here. I think if we lose 45, this breaks down again. It's probably a pretty decent put entry with a stop. Bear market equals clown market. What are you muttering about Go EV? I'm just thinking about stuff. That's a fail. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I think Waluigi's thingamabob looks like an eggplant. I think it looks like an eggplant emoji. When Bull's crying on CNBC, if we fall below the JP inputs. Hmm. Look at something. The fuck? Hmm. Resistance of 50. Some of the in the money puts took profits, so the upside of 50 is a little weaker than it was, but there's a huge ramp down to 20 still. Hmm. That's fucking weird. Huh. On standard options. Oh. Curious. 2 options chains. Vol's pushing higher. This still looks exceedingly weak. Close to pumpies. That'll be interesting. Yeah, GoEV is running out of liquidity. I'm not sure what time it's going to run out of liquidity, but maybe like an hour or so. The new downward pump era. There's no MOASS. It's not gonna MOASS. It's just it might break back above what's I'm pretty sure $3 is just effectively gamma neutral here. It's hard to tell because the data for it's all fucked up because of the reverse split. GoEV $4 end of day Friday. You heard it here first. I'd much prefer that it was $4 end of day today. I don't want to be stuck in this pile of shit till Friday. Especially not with my 20% out of the money calls. No short-term bounces can stop it. They would need something that forces put capitulation. Otherwise, yeah, it's gonna keep grinding down. We're not at a point where all is lost, though, right? I mean, we're still above delta neutral. The dealer's still positive charm. So there is a chance that there's supportive flows into the OPEX expiration, but we're kind of eating into them. Below 50/50 is really bad, obviously. Are you out of trades? Yeah. triple bottom on 40. Fix 1830. Delta neutrals 330 on Go EV. Okay. Yeah, bulls are picking up a bit of delta here. Looks like they're gonna try to push back again. Yeah. $13.30, $3.30. $2.86. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Failed again. Ooh, we failed 38. That starts to fill the gap. That should open up the 30 test. Alright, that should bring us right to the CTA trigger. So to the downside of here, CTA should be selling about 20 billion on the flat tape. This might be the last level they can realistically protect. This failed. I don't think that's relevant anymore. So what do we care about? We care about the uptrend. Top and bottom of the downtrend here. Okay. Interestingly, on GoEV, Charm is supportive at this level. Lost 30. Ooh. QQQQ. It looks like shit. Bulls are fucked. This is very bad. Yeah. Dollar at 106.22. Yields are coming down. Although that might be out of fear. Dealer's still pricing in another 60 bips to the downside. Actually, a little bit more. Looks like the dealer's pricing in a move to like 49.94 right now. Are they pricing in more rate cuts yet? No, it's still at about 0.35, 0.355. We dropped to like 0.33 this morning, but we're recovering right now. The carry is still green, and I blame you. I'm just propping up the banks with my lending facility, Popcorn. Did you just buy a 4960p? I love you. Well, I mean, if a certain set of things happens here. It probably won't, right? But if it were to, like if we lose 50-20, yeah, it gets really ugly to the downside of this. Because we could drop below DN and the JPM puts like that. Also, all those synthetic longs at 5,000 going out of the money at once would be catastrophic. Sometimes, although it's fairly rare. A 0.4% down day turns into a 5.4% down day. I like those odds. Slim to none. Yeah, they're pretty fun. You're getting us too excited. I mean, it's just realistic, right? Like, I mean, Delta's increasing on the JPM puts. There's a shitload of them. Delta's falling off of the synthetic long, which is like 1.6 million contracts. Volatility is rocketing. We're, we're only like $30 away from Delta neutral on the monthly. $30 below that are the JPM puts. CTA starts selling 20 billion on the flat tape here, and the MM starts selling the flat tape at like 49.70. So, like, I know it seems absurdly far out of the money, but if all of that were to break down, we could drop significantly more than that. I'm sure they'll try to defend this, right? They'll try to fight back. They'll try not to lose the CTA trigger. They'll push back against it. But, I mean, they didn't want to lose 50-50 either today, and look what happened. Yeah, it's definitely worth the, like, $60. Who gives a shit? Are they gonna run out of fucking liquidity on GoEV yet? This is taking forever. Maybe 1269. Better to book and run. Fuck the rest. I've been seeming to sell too early and missing profits. I held yesterday and turned 7k into a 3k loss, so I sell again today. Miss out on this drop. So kidding aside, I mean, losing the 5,000 level could easily mean a drop to like 48.53. And that's supported by both options and technicals. And we already lost 50-30. Sort of. Briefly. There ain't no way they'll allow it. I don't know what the fuck would stop it at that point. The Fed would have to start buying treasuries or something. Be honest, how many shares of GoEV have you DRS today? The DD is done. I have like 100 $2 calls, which I'm losing money on. And then I have 50 350 calls. The issue is that they'll likely defend 5,000 with their lives. No, they can't let it go to 5,000. That's way too dangerous. They need to defend here. This is where they need to defend it. 5,000's basically delta neutral right now. And remember the total delta that the market maker is hedging on the positive side falls as you fall into delta neutral. So it's like 30 or bust. And they're trying. They're getting a little bit of a pump going here. It's kind of pathetic. But they are trying. It's kind of like watching somebody try to get out of quicksand. I know you love bankruptcy plays. What do you think of Riley? It was interesting until it fell off of Reg Show. I think they have like an obscene amount of like other classes of stock. And it makes it like a terrible target to try to pick up for like a squeeze or anything like that. Like even just like short vol falling off. Ooh. Oh yeah. GoEV's running out of liquidity. Man, they got that shit right back below delta neutral earlier. And to be fair, even if none of that happens, right? We just like dropped a 5,000 or something and then bounce a 49.60 put with VIX at 20 at a 70 or $30 drop would still go up quite a lot in value. Yeah, he did. Dork. Can you imagine the pickle jar squeezing DJT and single-handedly saving Trump's financial situation? I don't know if I could live with myself. What does GoEV do? They make commercial electric vehicles, like delivery vans and shit. Whoops, I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum dong. NVIDIA gonna keep dumping here? Maybe. 65 is the upside resistance, the one that matters. 2386 right now. Could reach 2400 by end of week. What? Workhorse is 18 cents. Gross. Found it. He's asking about gold. Oh. Gold's at 2400 right now. Wow, gold futures are. Dork, I'm gonna DM you something. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't have those. Here, look at this. I'm pretty busy. Haven't caught the stream in a couple weeks. Have you been smugging on the bulls now that we're deep into Gherk's guaranteed market crash TM? Have a great day. I haven't been smugging as much as I'd want, but that's because the market hasn't crashed yet. 342, 309. Oh, interesting. Huh. That'd be cool. Hmm. How many calls do you have on GoEV? Like 150. I bought some when it hit its like 13th day on Reg Show at $2. Um, just like a little bit in the money. I still have those. And then I had $3 calls yesterday, but I got stopped out of them. And then I bought like 50 more 350s today. Looking forward to the auction at one. Ooh. It's only $16 billion. I don't think anyone's gonna give a shit about it. Might turn around the bleed in yields, might not. I'm out of day trades. If GoEV pops, do you expect it to hold overnight? I don't know about that. I don't care about their fucking trucks. I care that it reverse split and immediately ended up on Reg Show. And the Gamma Max is at $5. Fucking boomers have been loading GoEV for months. It's kind of scary. Yeah. You love that boomer stack. No, I don't. What does it mean that it instantly went on Reg Show after the reverse split? Shorts got fucked and liquidity dried up really fast. Reverse splits can be really bad for shorts that are over, like if they're synthetic long in excess of the remaining float, which no longer gets reported, right? The SEC changed that, but it's still pretty common. So say shorts were short, 80 million shares. It was probably more than that, but post split, um, that puts them in deep doo doo, deep doo doo. What's your 2-year yield target? I want the Fed to raise rates, personally. So I'd like to see the 2-year hit like 5.5. But we'll see. Inflation's got to move up more. I'm sure it will. When GME reverse split, it'd be so much more fun if it did. I'm up $39 on my spy pets. Wagyu or foie gras tonight? What food truck are you getting it from? Can you do that thing where you call the move to the minute? Eh. I mean, I called the point at which GoEV ran out of liquidity to the minute. That's the most I can do. Hold on, I'll be right back. If your thesis hasn't changed and you haven't hit targets, not greedy, maybe take some profit. It's usually a good idea. What do you think when you think you only have 4 contracts, sell them early, but realize you had 6? Yeesh. Gherkin once spent calls in Canoe. His thesis was strong and true. It had a dip, then started to rip, and his pants were filled with goo. Nice. I think if it hit $5 right now, I'd make 20x. That'd be cool. What are my $2 calls at? Yeah, gross. So this is GN DN. Bulls are still trying to establish a foothold here. I mean, they're really trying. They've been pushing for almost half an hour now, pretty consistently. They're having some success. I don't know. It's still really really weak. So it's I wouldn't say any of it's particularly bullish. Um, but they might get some support. If they can get it back to 50-50, that eases a lot of the pressure. Keep an eye on this trend, probably. That's over. Kirk's magic line stopped the breakdown. Put holes in it this time. Bulls winning here, or ouchie down downs coming. If Bulls don't win here, ouchie down downs. NQ still looks like dog shit though. Yeah, it does. You're not wrong. Out of day trades to close GoEV 350C weekly is if it pops, would selling a $3 call a decent strategy to lock in the profits? Sure, I guess. I mean, I don't see how you have any other choice. Fill the line without holes. Bearish. See? Now you're getting it. Take the GFV. It's I'm assuming that he has there would be PDT violation, which is not the same. Oh, come on, indexes. Hold up. Ooh. Hmm. VIX 3-month at 19. Fucking Nikkei is down almost 2% today. BTC is down 5. 10 years back at 4.6. Huh. Dork. Huh. Dealer long Vana at 50.10. They're probably selling BTC to get leverage. Actually, they're probably selling, or margin. They're probably selling everything they can to get margin. It's really tough when you back your fund with a bunch of treasuries and then treasuries start tanking. Dang, I wish I played the Nvidia Pickles pick. It's doing really well so far. Big bid waiting at ES 50, 54, 54. For days now? Just FYI. What's the next CTA trigger? This is it. This just turns CTAs into net sellers. Maybe like the 200. We came in Pigeonwell almost exactly 3 months ago. That's how I remember when SPX hit 5K. Yep. This gap goes down to about 49.70, I think. It's 49.83.21. Fun stuff. A little bit of resistance at 15. Yeah, very little. Puts all the way out to 49.55. Dealer short Vana at 505 now. I think. Ooh. FYI, someone has 100 lots on even prices at 50, 36, 35, 34, 32, 31, 30, and so on. Okay. I expect them to defend the downside. I don't think it'll matter if enough delta, like, I don't care how much of a wall they put up. If the delta spikes on the JPM puts, this is all fucked. Take us to the promised land. Still expect to be defended. I'm gonna complain about still being a member today. IFLV. I fucking love volatility. Happy month anniversary. Enjoy the imminent collapse of capitalism, shill. Thanks, Dave. Fake bounce. They got me. That's what they do. $49.70. I think they might have moved him to 75. B of A sees no disruption in a limited skirmish to oil prices, a $30 or $40 oil price spike in a direct Israel-Iran war, and $150 per barrel over several months in a regional war scenario. Eurozone and Japan would be hit the hardest within developed markets. House Speaker Johnson tells members the House will vote on Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan funding bills on Saturday, according to CNN. Also tells his members that House will vote on bill Saturday banning TikTok that also contains China-Russia sanction measures. Close below 5,000 triggers a massive increase in CTA selling. No shit. For a marker, I don't know. Another earthquake hit Japan. Huh. Magnitude 6. I'm just beyond eligible to be back on Reg Show. I can never remember the timing for that. I have it written down somewhere, but I gotta go find it. I think it's like 13 days or some 12 days or some shit like that. Is it 5 days? Do you have any downside exposure besides your 4960p? I have 50/40 puts from last night's Strangle. What else do I have? I have synthetic shorts, 5200, 5100. I still have like 40 of my Vega puts left for September. Is it 4960p to capture JPM puts going in the money? It's to capture a drop below delta neutral. But yeah, I mean, that would be part of that. Why did the death of capitalism happen on a day where I loaded up my port and was bull biased? The day isn't over yet. How bad is this gonna get if we slip DN? It's like a black fucking hole. Honestly, like you're looking at like VIX 20 plus, shitloads of negative delta going in the money. We'd probably end up like with the dealer selling the flat tape by the end of it. All of the charm for this Friday's expiration flip negative. So I'm selling into the flat tape. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Short vol actually just fucked, like beyond recognition. 1 point, was it 637,000 calls at 5,000 out of the money. 756,000 puts in the money. Fuck the JPM collar. I mean, that's just like a small bump compared to the synthetic long getting blown out. That synthetic long propped the entire market gain from like the break of 5,000 all the way up to 53, like our tests near 5,300. Now that we're below 30, how likely to test 5,000? More likely. We did find a little support below 20 there, but that doesn't look like it's very strong. October to March was all fake. It was all based off of a lie, which I said a bunch, and then the Fed admitted to months later. If only someone could have warned us about short vol creating massive risk to the downside. Yeah, that guy would be really cool. The next technical level after that breakdown would be like 48.53. After 48.53, like 46.97. I love you. Thanks, Cobra. It would take 2 weeks to test 48.53, though. Really? I think it's a like I don't even think it's an like a target that isn't viable today. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but losing those levels and falling below that synthetic long is, I mean, woo boy, right? Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, it would require a lot of things to happen that are very unlikely. I'll admit that, but it's not out of the question. So it's not going to happen then. I mean, the likelihood is very small. Probably less than 1%. So what you're saying is bulls are going to bounce it in like 15 minutes? Probably. Gray Swan event? You can't influence it happening. I mean, if the bulls fail here and vol keeps spiking, and then they lose 5,000 in delta neutral, the MM goes long Vana and starts buying short dated, like starts buying 0 DTE puts into the end of the day. That's kind of how it would have to go down. Tempting though. On SPY, the gap would be filled at 497. How hard would VIX spike if we did? I don't actually know what VIX would go to if we lost 5,000, but it would go way the fuck up. Are you targeting GN on Nvidia still? Yeah, I mean I've got a little while. Don't full leverage the bottom like assholes. Okay, you guys always do this. I'm like, this is the make or break point where bulls need to save it. And you guys like full port into far out of the money puts. Bulls bounce it the next day, and you're ruined for months. You're gonna ruin it. The only way we ever get a market crash is if Pickle Jar appropriately hedges their delta to the upside. Are my 4,000 zero DTE puts safe? No. Don't be a party pooper. I'm the one who has to deal with the months of complaining after I warn you guys. 2-week DTE straddle here, or it won't pay enough. Doesn't sound terrible. Greg, I've never complained, even after terrible days. I know I'm at fault and I deal with it. You're unique. You're a gem. I want to be clear, I never blamed you for shrimp going down. I didn't try to take credit for it going up. Too late, I've bought $100 out of the money puts on SPX here today. If they don't go in the money, you're a shill. Nice. Question: how many times Gherk has to say "I told you so"? Yeah. Answer: yes. You buy back your Zom CCs? No, not yet. Does this look like a healthy relationship? Huh. They do want to kiss. No, it doesn't look like a healthy market. Yeah, why would I buy back my Zom CCs? If the market tanks, Zom's gonna drop like a fucking rock. I'm gonna just keep all my shares and make $20 a share. It's beautiful. Chill. Yeah, but after that, a war can ignite, right? And then oil to 150. If SPX closes under 50, I don't think 50-40 is that important of a level. 38 kind of is. Not that much though. I'd say if we close under 5,000, that's really fucking bad. USD JPY. Yeah, it's fucked. If the market tanks and everyone is poor, does that mean they're gonna eat cereal for dinner? Long Fruit Loops? Hmm. Interesting. I'm not saying anything. I don't care what positions you buy. Draw me some TA magic on the VIX chart. Can we get a definite appearance at some point today? No. I'll think about it. I gotta love IV. My calls are up, but the price on GoEV keeps going down. They're trying to keep it from breaking DN. The problem is that indexes are not doing well, and that's providing like a little bit of liquidity down here, which is fucking annoying. But hopefully it bounces back quicker. They are very, very low on liquidity. I don't know. This doesn't look bullish. It's not. But it's good that the IV is being priced up on the out of the money calls despite the price going down. That's what you want to see. Because you want the short calls at $3, $3.50 to start closing. And the best way for that to happen is for volatility to increase. Thank God, my 0 GTE theta burn has slowed now that my 520Ps are in the money. Nice. The only thing I'm long is my mortgage, and the only thing up is my interest rate. Is the 20-year gonna send this to the depths? I don't know. I don't think it's that important. It's like a $16 billion auction. Have you been adding to your long yen futures position? I've added a bit, yeah. I'll add a lot more if USD JPY goes up to 155. Nvidia down more than 260 bips. Must be crime. No, but it was a damn good call. I wasn't even gonna make Nvidia pickles picks last night, but like I accidentally clicked on it and I was like, oh shit, this looks really bearish. What do I need to buy to make this go below 18? I don't think you are going to influence anything that happens here. DM, senor? And making money, I hate you. Thanks. Is the drop on Oxy from 71 to 65 just profit taking, or did I miss something? Indexes are down like 3% in the last like week or so. Oil's been pretty flat. It's still a stock. It's not just like raw oil exposure. Oil has been getting smashed. Do you expect it to turn back around? That depends on a lot of factors. But I expect it to stay relatively flat above 80 or rise into the back half of the year. How dumb on a scale of really dumb to mega regarded would it be to dump like 1 million in TLT shares in July? Couldn't you just buy the 20-year? That seems so much better. You don't have to pay the absurd fees. No bear song yet. When 1269? Your Band-Aid has forever comes in their products. HIV laying straight to the bloodstream. No, I didn't. I use welly bandages because I like the colors. Should have just held your put. I should have held all my puts, but that's not how trading works. Any chances of bounces or stability here? 50-15 has a little bit of stability. Not a lot, but a little bit. They're fighting this level. Yeah, but volatility is still going up. I hold all my puts, win or lose. That's how trading works for me. Is it working though? Or is it. Well, never mind. Can I request that TDA remove old trade from my monitor section so I don't have to look at the profits and dead soldiers all day? You could just close that window. How can they stop this? They couldn't reverse it at 30 or 20. They might not be able to. If I was a bull, I'd be closing my 5,000 simp long as fast as I could. Do you think they can hold it until Friday? They can try. If they were closing it right now, we'd be tanking though. They've held it. They've held it too long at this point. Brett, thank you so much, guys. Welcome to Cornichon. Give Brett a shout out for hooking you up. We haven't lost 20 yet. I mean, we're at 50-17, so we have just not. We haven't really broken down from the 20 level yet. long Vana is still at 505, 506. So is Bina just asking for us to spend 85 cents a share to get diluted 10% or hold and get diluted 1,690%? No, they're gonna offer to let you buy shares at 5 cents. Then they're probably gonna reverse split the stock. I've been much more disciplined this month and I've reversed 3 months of losses in the first 2 weeks. Thank you, sir. No problem, Nexus. Congrats, man. Well done. If liquidity is out on GoEV, how big of a push is needed for a significant move? It needs to get back above gamma neutral, which is at like 309. I've reversed a month of bad trades with a single NVIDIA put. I too, thank you. Well done, man. I doubt the 20-year would have much of an effect. Unless something crazy happened. Yeah, unless it's like a massive tail. But it's only a $16 billion auction. It's really small. You think someone's calling Jamie Dizzle like, please, bro, please, just close your puts, man. I'll never short your vol again, I promise. Okay, that position's like 39,000 puts, okay? At 5,000, and this is like 49.75, I think now. At 5,000, there are 749,000 puts. No one gives a fuck about Jamie Dimon right now. This is the danger. I think it's more now. It's no longer. It was 741. It's 756, 532 now. And 637,000 calls. That are sold. Those puts are probably all sold. Like the majority of them. A great majority of them. It's been above like 730,000 for a few months now. Since the last time we broke above 5, so since like Fab. That's the 5,000 strike, yeah. I should have held on my puts. That's not how trading works. Thanks, Gherk. I'm mostly out at 7.5% of the day, trying my hardest not to lose money. Okay. Nice. This market's making me want to incur a GFV right now. X19 test. This is absolutely pod racing. Holy fuck, we're gonna test 5,000, aren't we? We might. See if they short the VIX 19. I mean, they're just compounding risk every time they try to bounce it and fail. Who told Gherkin he should have held puts? I bet I could make him look at his other monitor at the May puts he bought when we were almost at 5,300. I have plenty of shorts. I'm not worried about it. How's Spy 502 guy doing? I don't know. He probably got stopped out. I moved 401k 2 weeks ago to 5130 to bonds. Drooling for downs. Nice. Is it just me or is the downside upside correlated perfectly with before Jamie D sold his shares and after? Ooh, fuck. Hold on. Are we really gonna I gotta look at Vana. Son of a bitch. Dork! Red candles. $5,000. Bips. Amazon getting diddled. Goldman Sachs is up, and for some reason I want to go long Humana. UNH single-handedly floating the Dow. Oof. 3.23% down on Nvidia today. It's 3.1 now. That's rough. This is spicy as fuck. It's only 12.50. Am I on the shadow ban list today? I don't think so. What's up? Lulu up 1.6%, holding up the entire market. Google's up. That AMD short from earlier this week's paying off. I hope they cover all the small cap shorts. Any significant gaps? There's a gap all the way down to 49.70, 49.83 on SPX. TN's also probably moved up today. DN was at 49.95 last night. Alright, thanks for the info. No problem, man. I'm at the gym right now. Trust me, some of these Lulu pants I see here are holding up much more than the market. What would be the confirmation level that SPX is reversing? That was back at 51.11. And then 50.38, 50.56 were continued confirmations. Then 5,000 would be the next really big one. 49, like 49.45. The really important ones like 5,000, 48.53. I guess 49.31's kind of important. That's like the Jan high. $3.3 million volume. I mean, volume's not really going crazy here yet. The price is going down, but the options are the same fucking price they were. I will say, on a daily time frame, this is immensely bearish. This is the strongest drop, like at least momentum wise, we've had since the COVID crash. Muy picante, right? I wonder if we get like Volmageddon plus market crash at 5,000. Any bounce potential building position wise? No? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you ready to hear exactly what's gonna happen? Test 5,000, rocket to 5,150. Clip it. Dirk speaks Spanish? I thought he only knew Liv Moss and Queso. Wait till end of day for the Netflix play. Tomorrow? Their earnings is tomorrow. Test 5,000, dip below it super briefly. Pickle jar, full puts, no hedge. Strong as fuck bounce to 5,100 level, then crash. It's got to be 5,150 so that they close all their puts, then crash. I had a plus. Okay. Alternatively, and hear me out here, Popcorn, we test 5,000. We fail 5,000. We fail delta neutral. We fail the JPM puts. VIX spikes to 26. And your offer to buy out your business is revoked. But you're rich from Pooties. I would not be rich. But it's okay. You spend the rest of the financial crisis as a wage slave to yourself, building your business, and then when the economy recovers, someone else comes in and makes you a bigger offer than you would have gotten in the first place. You spend every day here for the next 3 years trading the volatile bear market that's sure to come off the back of that. I don't care about money. The amount they're offering is plenty. I just want to go home and nap. Wait, can't you just nap at work? Why don't you put a bed in your office? Or get one of those chairs that lays down flat. Bad for morale. They're starting to V? No, there's no Vs. Vs aren't real anymore. V's all the V's need to start with like a slow fucking grind up on slightly increasing delta over an extended period of time. Otherwise, they're not they don't even have a shot. Right now, this is a failure to bounce it off of the 510 level. BTC is looking great. I mean, it'd look better at 13,000. Why did you say that? Now we're gonna V. Well, the mechanical properties that support the V happening don't happen at these levels. I think Tesla stays above VWAP and moves up a little the next few hours, or goes below and drops. I have no fucking clue. Hold on. Tesla's in a very bearish range. It's quite far below DN and GN. I mean, it's forming a bear flag on like the 1 hour and on the 15-minute. So likelihood is it's going to fail, but it may not be today. What was that? Desperation? Was that a hint of regret in your voice? I have like some mini BTC short contracts. They just don't pay very well. Auction? Oh, that's right. So the bid to cover was a little bit better. 4.843 before, actual 4.818, so no tail. Eh. Slightly bullish bond auction. Ooh, good. GoEV can get pumped above gamma neutral now. Yeah, I don't think it was that significant. It's not like it's a slightly smaller tail. Are you impressed that VIX isn't higher? Yeah, I mean, but that's just short trying to save their ass. Are we still testing 5,000? We haven't broken up through 20 yet. Let's see if that happens. Left a pretty fat gap to the downside. It wasn't even that big of a spike in Delta. Bulls are selling the fuck out of vol here, though. I might give them the leverage they need. Still a put wall at 20. And 25. So 2025 should still act as pretty strong resistance here. If we break to the upside of 25, then we get some range. Then the bulls can save this. I would say that if we fail 20 again, though, that's going to be really bad. I used to sleep under my desk at work. Used a hoodie as a pillow. Oh, I used to sleep under my desk at work. I would even leave the office door open to throw people off. It was the perfect plan. The leverage is not where I would like, but short vol is surprisingly dependable as long as you're remembering to set stops since OI is trash. Other words for it YouTube doesn't like. With 3 hours to go, back to 510 in the next hour. We'll see. That's another gap up. Really trying to turn this 20-year auction into something. Oh my, illiquid? Yeah. $50.44 ES. I'm in a web seminar about how to use AI in the workplace. What's a question to ask that would break the illusion? Ask it to make you a picture of 14 eggs. I think some calls of overnight Las Vegas Sands might work with their earnings today. After hours, Q1 likely showing good high earners spending on hotels, casinos, etc. I have no idea. I don't play earnings. I don't think people are gambling a lot lately, but maybe. It's a terrible seasonally. That's shitty quarter, right? Make most of their money in like Q2, Q3. I can't believe they're trying to make that auction an inflection point. Yeah. Like anyone gives a flying fuck. Also, the 20 years already back above the fucking. It's already back above the auction price. Isn't Netflix an earnings play? It's a gamble. It has more to do with the fact that Netflix is going into earnings like right above GN. ACRE chart looks interesting. Okay. Ooh, shit. Go EV, I mean, there's a part of me that wants indexes to bounce so that shit can get back above gamma neutral. That auction was so fetch. It was like a slight improvement in bid to cover, and that's because everyone's panicking. But it's still awarded like 80% of the bids at high, and indirect buyers made up 74% of the pool. I ended up missing work today due to an unforeseen stomach issue. Unrelated note, the meat soup looks the same going out. That wasn't a soup. That was just meat that you put flavors in. Do you think bears try to get this back? Or are the bears fed at this point and just taking profit? I don't think there's a lot of profit taking going on here. Bears don't need to do anything. They just sit there and wait for the bulls to fail, right? How to say go, go, go EV in the Power Ranger theme? I don't know. Are you all talking about chili con carne? No, it wasn't. He just took some seasoning packets and mixed them into ground beef and then garnished it. Where's Dr. K when you need him? Oh, God. I was looking over Netflix spreads last night. Crazy to see there's not a ton of difference in a $5 spread on weeklies, next weeklies, even a month out. Can you talk a bit about theta selection? I mean, you want enough time for it to drop, but yeah, the price isn't going to be very much different because you're selling the opposite position, right? That's called bachelor chow. It looked like hot dog chili. I'm gonna just log off after that. After what? The hot dog chili? Or hamburger chili? Or whatever the fuck it was he made? That's called bachelor chow. So like sloppy chopped steak? Nope. Nope. Just like gravy mix, burger, and some other seasoning in a bowl. Butt gravy. So a poor man's pho. I mean, no, it wasn't raw. It was cooked. I mean, just go look at the photo of it. I don't know why do I need to describe it to you? It's in Cornichon cordon bleu. About that? Well, I mean, if you didn't have a reason to get Dillionaire before, you do now. What you're looking for is spiced dog food. Do I have that channel? I think you do. You're a Dillionaire, right? I just saw the club sandwich and it looks great. No, not. Scroll down. The bowl of slop looks gross. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We do not have half a V. We have that. Half of V would be here. Full V would be here. Although if we break 25, kind of bullish. You're zoomed in too much. I waited all morning to buy puts until we broke 510, and now it feels like I got beat on. I feel like I had this conversation back here about buying all your puts at the bottom. Do CTAs have to buy back what they sold earlier? No, I think they're net sellers across the board, but systematic buyers probably wouldn't return until like a bounce to 5,200. I zoomed out. Now it appears to be flat. Market halted. Are you on the weekly? Nvidia not seeing much of this pump. The dealer's selling the flat tape on the video, so it's going to be suppressive. No one should turn down this generational dip buying opportunity. Could we get above 50-50? Sure. Yearly, real investors look at the long play. Waiting for Palantir to print its fourth candle. Was that a hard rejection at 50-30? It was a rejection. Delta's still quite negative, and the bullish positioning that's coming in is starting to slip. The MM would probably like this to return to around 50-50. But they're going to need to pump a lot harder than this to get it to happen. I will say, above 25, there's a little bit less resistance, though. Like 30-35 has a little bit, but not a ton. There's some at 40. It's not the easiest path to the upside. On the momentum side of things, yeah, still slightly bullish. More on the midterm time frames, though. In the shorter time frames, this is kind of run out of momentum here at like 50-30. So we might get like a failure here and then another attempt at a push up to that like 30-35 level. Could it fail and dump more? It could, yeah. Leave it to bulls to break a key resistance, stop everyone out, and then fail immediately. We've got a short-term reversal here, but then we have resistance at this level again, right? The same resistance we had earlier. I think if we get back above like 36.23, that's pretty bullish into the end of the day. They're getting enough put capitulation to stabilize this. Hold on. Look at something real quick. Yeah, so we're not getting a lot of puts selling off or put selling in general, but we are getting a little bit of call buying. Let me see where. Looks like 35 to 45. So yeah, this level and then like 36 are very important. I would say that if it breaks those, that's pretty bullish. And then that could run as high as like 50 to 65. Maybe 50 to 60. Hmm. Delta's falling off a little. Maybe we're getting some call selling. Not much. Yeah, small moves. Watch vol too to see if that starts to reverse. You get stopped out of your strangle? I hope so. Yeah, but on the test of 50-15. So not the bottom. I left that a little too wide. Forgot to check it. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I've been enjoying pictures in SPX chat the last 20 minutes or so. We're gonna retest 5,000. I can feel it in my bones. Level by level. Rejection off the 30. Breakdown of the 20. Then maybe. We still have a lot of time left today, which is slightly compelling. I just want VIX above 19. Is it pronounced strangle or strungle? Strangle. AMD hit your ad, PT? Yeah. Nah. Did it? What was my ad, PT? I gotta go check. No. Oh, think not yet. 151? Let me double check the options data. Actually, yeah. Yeah, it is. I could probably add some here. Might wait for a small bounce. Hmm. 56. I might add a little bit to it. Probably near the money. I got a lot of time on that still. I got June puts there, so it's like I might add to the 50 on a bounce. What's up? Is there sound on that? That's pretty fucking sexy, man. The struggle is real. And now we trade flat here for the rest of the day. I'm jealous that Nuke gets to DM Gurk. You can DM me too. Go EV not following the market. I know. I'm putting my life savings in BNAD. That sounds like a terrible idea. Unless your life savings are $5. I just want to thank you for what you do for us poors. I've been here since the days of the perm, and when you needed help with the light bill. Thanks, Rocket Dodger. Happy to help, man. I think I'm gonna go long on a break of 35. If we break 35. That's okay. GoEV pulled back, but it only pulled back to $3. So it's staying above the call wall, at least for now. Fucking indexes keep selling off and giving them more liquidity. But if it just like consolidates a bunch today, it could fucking rip tomorrow. Tomorrow's T+2 from the initial move up, right? From that like $2 to $3 move. So if we close above 3 today, I think that's still really bullish. Bullshill. That reminds me, how's your mold doing? I don't have mold at the new place. Well, at least not extra. We're gonna leave that gap down by 50-15 just sitting there staring at us. No way that doesn't come back into play. Chekhov's gun. Which, this one? The, like, breakout on the auction? I don't know, it's not a very big gap. I think it matters that much. Do bulls have this firmly in hand now? I mean, still need to break 35. Like I said, I'll probably go long if we break here. What is an unethical way to get control of my 401k from my employer? Why does it have to be unethical? Because you can't be employed with a company to get it rolled over. Have you checked like your plan documents and stuff? They won't let you roll over to like an IRA. For the person wanting control of their 401k, use Fidelity Brokerage link. I can pick any stocks I want in my 401k instead of the basic ETF holdings. Oh, nice. Why isn't BNAD on Reg Show? Why would it be? Hmm. So everyone is going long? Yeah, I'm gonna double down. I mean, not everyone's going long. As a matter of fact, the push up in Delta's kind of struggling a lot. The only reason I want to go long at 35 is I think that gamma's flat enough that we could like test 50 before failing. We could fail right here though. I mean, it's definitely possible. Hmm. Charm's gonna pick up at the $3 strike into tomorrow. Curious. Oops. QEV 310 by end of day is my threshold. Just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'd like to see it higher than that. It's very illiquid. And if indexes keep rising into the back half of the day, then that's gonna put a lot of pressure on it. Or at least some pressure on it. What's going on with the REITs? Nothing. It was just a stream card. 30-year mortgage rates up again, which probably not good for them, but should buy a new car. I'm an asset manager now, so that's also not good for them. Congratulations on your promotion. Thanks. I worked real hard for it. Nice. You can tell because I'm in here every day. I would argue that there's more to learn here than at your office. But doesn't your like boss watch the stream too? 4960 is hurting. Yeah, well, that's because it's got like a 1% chance of going in the money. Tailored asset managers don't do anything. It's a cozy job. Scales are good. Well, if you can get out of REITs, the scale is good. No, my CEO is very aware of the carry trade problem, though. Yeah, okay. Is that how you got the promotion? When he started seeing the spreads blow up? Fail confirms to the downside at 25 and 20. No, I got it because I'm smart. That sounds like a good job to keep. Usually in finance, it just depends on who your daddy is. I'm a Series 6 life health real estate license. I've learned much more than any of those as far as real world applicable financial knowledge here. Thanks, man. Gurk red candy? What? This needs to drop a lot more before it confirms a failure. It seems like everyone else I work with is here because of who you know. Yeah, generally speaking. That'll be the vast majority of positions. But in order to have a successful fund, you still have to hire people that know what they're doing. Chill Jfresh to get back to me. I see his little Discord bubble has the green circle on it, but he hasn't responded to my first inane question, nor my second relevant question. The IV on GoEV 350C is just gapping up 4% every minute. Good. What happened to the job offer you got a couple of weeks ago? They're supposed to reach back out to me, but I'm probably not going to do it. It's like way too much work for not enough money. And while it's more money than I would make currently, it's less money than I would make if I continue to if I continue to make what I make over the next like 2 years. No, it's just the same job offer. It was like a month ago, but the saying is all dips above GN are bullish. Is the new one now all rips below DN are bearish? Reversals below DN are bearish until they break DN. It was like a little more than 7 figures. With the bonuses and everything, but it's way less than I should get paid for the job. And that's my problem with it. It's like, here, manage a bunch of my money for a quarter of what a hedge fund would charge me. The attractive aspect of that is I don't have to take risk and I would still make a lot of money. No, I haven't counter offered yet because I haven't heard back from them. They're supposed to write me like an actual offer. His assistant's been in touch with me. Ooh, what's this? I mean, I told his assistant that it's not enough money. Did you find some old candy under your desk? No, I'm just opening mail. Just a bunch of credit card offers and bills. It's not even good. What did anybody sign up for that? I need to add more cashback credit cards to my collection. SPXW doesn't track all expirations. It generally tracks shorter term expirations. Usually the interest on SPXW is front weighted. So SPX is like notionally far larger. And then SPXW is kind of what influences day-to-day price action. All right, Greg, I'm gonna need you to buy about 450k $3 calls on GoEV. So my $180 out of the money position Prance. Can't someone else do that? Just get a. You can get like a HELOC now, right? What's the secret to getting those sweet, sweet credit cards you have? Wait for an actual recession? Yeah, pretty much. Is it normal to make like 8 figures if you go out and start managing a small size hedge fund? Small? No. I mean, maybe like mid sevens, depending on how successful you are. If it's your fund or not. If you're just managing it, I mean, you're gonna get a salary and bonuses, but no, I don't want the Amex Black Card because it's just like a ridiculous yearly fee for nothing. Going long? Not yet. I don't want to get faked out. A retest is not bullish. Like, this is just them struggling to break 35 now, right? MX perks have gone down in value big time. I like their 6% cashback card. And they're good to have if you travel a lot. I feel like this is just gonna get rugged. Yeah, I mean, we already failed, right? And then the retest off the failure is, and then subsequent rejection is, this is bearish, right? Like this pattern that forms, we get this a lot. This is bearish. Chase Sapphire Reserve is good for airport lounges. I just really like the cashback cards because I don't want to pay for inflation like a poor person, you know? So I got between like 3 to 6% back on like food and stuff. Turd gave me one that I can pay my rent with. $6% cashback is fire. That's CT sales tax. The platinum card isn't even worth the 500 a year. All it's good for is paying checks with hot bartenders. I kind of want to get the Robin Hood one because it's just cash back on everything. It's like just 3% across the board. But I don't want to pay them the money every month. The Wells Fargo cashback's the one that lets you pay your rent and get cash back. Robin Hood? Shill? I mean, it's 3% cash back on everything. The Robin Hood card has high interest garbage. Who the fuck pays interest on a credit card? A poor? Oh. It's like 2%. I'm poor and I don't even do that. The only time you should stack interest on your credit cards is when you're hurtling towards bankruptcy. This is a little more bullish. Should probably add to those at some point. What's gold doing? 23.88. It dipped a little. NQ 78. Dow's fucking green on the day right now. Ooh, dollar lost 106. Is that what we're doing? We're going long as fuck the euro right now? Curious. Would you move to just avoid sales tax? No. Income tax, also no. Just make more money. That's how you fix taxes. It's easy. All the volume on fucking Gary V is like completely dried up. It's still up 26% from 2 days ago. You said 35 is bullish. Is that coming to fruition now? The problem is this is weak. Like this breakout. If it gets back above the trend, I'll go long now. But yeah, I still don't like this. At this point, they're kind of just doing what they did towards the end of the day yesterday, where they're trying to get vol down as low as they can before close. Are you no long yet? Because it's still not breaking above trend. Yep. Well, because it failed, first of all. So this is where I was going to go long on a breakout here. And then it failed. And then you don't really want to, like, there's an argument for going long here, but it's still very risky, right? Because you can run back into trend and then fail again. If it breaks out of the trend, that's where I would now go long. Ooh, big spike in VIX. Hello. The problem with this bounce, right, is it's mostly supported by put selling. And as it inches higher, those puts are encouraged to close. And if they start closing, then the support for the upside gets wiped out. Oh yeah, Beige Book is out. Wonder what that looks like. Price increases were modest on average, running about the same pace as the last report. Let's look. Beige Book. Boston, business expanded at a modest pace. Recent weeks, price rose slightly. Employment was flat. One retailer reported significant layoffs. Convention and tourism activity grew at a robust pace. Home sales increased on year-over-year basis, making a turnaround. The outlook ranged from cautiously optimistic to bullish. New York, balance on regional economic activity flat. Labor market conditions were solid and continued to normalize as labor supply and labor demand came into better balance. Consumer spending was unchanged after a weak first quarter. Housing market strengthened with the spring selling season picking up beyond the seasonal norm. Pace of selling price increases remain modest. On balance, business activity Philadelphia on balance business activity was flat in the current book period after declining slightly last period. Employment edged up despite staffing and recruitment efforts slowing to a crawl. Wage and price inflation continue to moderate. However, housing affordability continues to be a concern. Overall, the outlook is positive as firms remained optimistic about expectations. Cleveland district business activity increased modestly, as did employment. Firms anticipate greater ease of filling open positions, including those that have been particularly challenging because of increased labor availability. Wage pressures continue to normalize. In some contexts, reduced starting wages for new roles. Cost and price pressures changed little. Richmond grew slight pace over the previous report. Consumer spending on retail goods was mixed. Spending on travel and tourism was up. Fifth District port activity slowed. It was impacted by the collapse of the bridge. Employment growth slowed from moderate to modest. Wages continued to grow moderately. Price growth also remained moderate. Atlanta, sixth district economy grew modestly. Labor markets continued to stabilize. Wage pressures eased. Non-labor costs moderated. Retail sales were steady, but consumers remained price conscious. Tourism robust. Commercial real estate conditions slowed. Transportation activity was mixed. Manufacturing grew slightly. Loan demand was flat, and energy activity improved. Chicago, slight increase in economic activity. Employment increased modestly. Business and consumer spending rose. Prices and wages rose. 2024 farm incomes unchanged. St. Louis, outlook was neutral to slightly optimistic, generally unchanged from the previous report, but slightly better than a year ago. Minneapolis, district economic activity grew slightly. Employment grew some. Labor demand was softer. Wage pressures are present but continue to ease. Price pressures ticked up. Kansas, auto loans and residential mortgage demand rose. Borrowing rates declined. Demand for HELOC has increased as well as a means to consolidate or refinance household debt. 11th District economy expanded modestly. Activity and services. Housing grew. Employment growth slowed. San Francisco, slight growth. Levels unchanged in employment. Bigger demand for services. Real estate activity was down. Financial sector conditions down largely. Yeah. So it looks like not a lot of change month over month. Some price increases regionally. Uh, soft growth above trend continues, and uh, wage pressures seem to be waning pretty much across the board. Do I buy 5,000p for tomorrow? Huge risk, no? I mean, yeah, so that's a huge risk. Because if we close today above 50-50, Charm's going to be back to positive, right? And that's only going to increase into the end of the week. Fix below 18. For now. It could. Let's see. I don't think this report's particularly bearish, but it's not very bullish either. Not a lot to leverage there. We have slightly positive price pressure, so bulls have a little bit of an advantage here. on the 0DTE side, but they would still be better served by breaking up above 50-50. Failure here is still bearish. Any failures are bearish. There's been profit taking on puts, but not enough. Man, only 100,000 of that 5,000 OI falls off Friday. Oh, like 100,000 puts, 100,000 calls. You think this breaks down before close? It could. But if we start to break up, I'm going to go long. When were those synth longs entered? Around the time that, around February, when we gapped up. It's really simple. If we break 40, I'll go long. If we fail 30, if we fail 25, I'll go short. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, we'll just see what happens at the end of the day, and then I'll strangle it. Well, I might maybe straddle. It depends where VIX ends up. I feel like anything released that's bullish is only slightly bullish neutral. Anything neutral is bearish, and bearish as fuck. I find that it tends to be anything bullish that comes out is kind of neutral. Anything neutral is kind of bearish. Anything bearish is bullish as fuck. Or at least that's how it's been for the last 6 months. I wonder where the majority of that OI is. It's gotta be like June or something, right? $48,000 in May. 200,000 in June. 50,000 in July. 64,000 in December. Or September, sorry. 125,000 in November. Or December, October. 19,000. A lot of that OI is in June. Bearish macro leads to desperation pumps. I think it's more of a mechanical effect, right? Like when inflation expectations go up, there's hedging requirements that are not bearish. Snap to 50.33 right now. That failed a little bit. Not enough. We're gonna need a lot more to break down. I'm still looking to 25 to confirm a breakdown. Although that was a nice dump in Delta. If this gets a like a continuation, that could be pretty bearish. My biggest concern here is what it means for the rest of the week if we close today above 50.50. Because if we're above 50.50, we're gonna get, it's gonna be kind of supportive. Into like Thursday, Friday. We do have some data tomorrow, though, I think. Nothing important, but what do we have? We got tick flows today. That might be. Mester and Bowman speak tonight. And then. Yeah, tomorrow we have jobless claims, Philly Fed, and existing homes. And we have a 5-year tips auction, which will be kind of interesting. So, a few Fed speakers between now and tomorrow morning, jobless claims in the pre market, which could be, if labor still looks strong, that's still bearish. And based on the beige book, it looks like labor's not going anywhere. Philly Fed report, probably not that important. Unless it's like a huge miss or something. And then Bowman and Williams are both speaking before market open. That could have some effect. Existing home sales could have some effect. Bowman's gonna say some bullish shit and rock Fute's up 9,000 bips. I hope so. I have call hedges. I'm perfectly okay with that. I picked up a nice, real nice 50.75, 51.50 hedge earlier. Brag about it. I just was. Do it, sell it. I need 510 end of day so I can pay off my wife's boyfriend's veneers. Lucky guy. It was cheap as fuck, AJ. They're at April 30. They were like $24. Did you hear a child that's in the hallway? My neighbor has like 9 children. I think it's actually just 2, but it sounds like there's 9 of them. They're probably getting out of school right now. Do they live in a shoe? No. But their dad's constantly leaving. He's always like packing his shit in like a suitcase and then getting in arguments in the hallway. And then he just like stays. I don't get it. It's part of going out to buy milk. I take my suitcase every time too. I had an ex-girlfriend that did that repeatedly. I had an ex that did that once, and I was like, all right, get the fuck out. She was like, what? And I was like, yeah, you already packed your shit. Go. Dangerous gambit. He's just gaslighting. I don't think it works. She doesn't stop yelling at him. Thanks, Russell. It was actually 6 Sigma. More kids, the better chance of them pulling the plug when you're an old head. Odds we see a gamma squeeze down today, or are they not selling that much? If we lose 25-20 again, it could be. You have to be careful in New York of letting significant others move in with you because they can just turn into squatters long after you've broken up. You guys ever lived with someone that you weren't with? Like you were with them but then weren't with them anymore? It's the fucking worst. DM, what is it? Nice. This is very sexy. Yeah, those still are fucked up though. Why would someone feel like they can squat after breaking up? Because they already live there? Since it's the word alimony to people you live with that you're not married to. Ew. The price of one at the money zero DT put could buy you over 3,000 BNED shares. Hashtag fiscal responsibility. One home for one individual in this economy? Who do you think you people are? Gherk? You could have one home for yourself, Gaff. And then another one for your family. That's what I would do if I had like a family. I would just have my own apartment. You discovered one of the reasons to not live together out of wedlock. Hold on, but if you could like divorce somebody and still end up living with them too. One of my ex-girlfriends tried to take my dog when she left. Just buy a duplex, put your family on one side, and you can live on the other. Is that what you're doing? That way at the end of the day you can just be like, Daddy has to go home, kids. What part was not fun for me? My ex did take my dog. You live rent free in my head. Are you a squatter? You'll never know. Like the rest of the things you're not entirely sure of. Did I steal your mustache, girlfriend? Did I not? Before I moved to Jersey, a wife wanted me to get a place in Elizabeth so she didn't have to move, then go 4 days a week. She hadn't seen Elizabeth before suggesting. Now she feels terrible about it. You should have just gotten a container ship. Imagine the square footage. Like a derelict one? Two ensuite homes are quite fashionable among the wealthy sociopaths. I love my kids and miss them. The house we're currently trying to get is in the woods behind the airport, so I can't tell if I want our offer to be accepted or not. How busy is the airport? It probably would have been safer than Elizabeth. I mean, you both live in New Jersey, so your neighbors in spirit. Does Rims and Tim seem like someone who would shank homeless people if he thought they were me? I'd keep a tiny family in a tiny home. Well, if you have a separate house, then you can have more than one family. So, like, if your first family was like, meh, you don't like it that much, you could start another one, put them in a different house, right? And see how that one turned out. That way you know where to focus your energy and where to displace your inheritance. That's what my wife's grandfather did. Imagine being a boomer and having enough money to like support like 4 full families. That's what they did back in the day. No cell phones. Just you just go one town over and they'll never meet each other. Imagine living in the 1920s and just going into a DMV and being like, "This is my name. Give me an ID." They got my stop at a very unfavorable point while I was gone. I'm sorry to hear that. What if the kids play each other in sports, don't show up to the game? Should I let her take the dog? He's eaten his weight in Roombas and has a pill problem. Stop loss hunt? Maybe. Yeah. There was some short vol that came in on that though, so possibly not. Could have been short calls closing out. Is that why my dad never came to my games? Maybe. Bring a new meaning to the phrase "my brother from another mother." Are you guys talking about J. Crew outlets? Being a millennial, making enough money to support a family and a degenerate options trading hobby is quite good as well. That's not bad. Yeah. That's like, well, it's kind of like another family. I don't want to alarm you, but AMC is about to break $3. MOASS confirmed. Can you explain the stream card? Someone made it like 2 months ago and I just used it. REITs are just fucked in general, so any day using it is appropriate. Explain the need for audits to make sure that what you're saying is true. Can't they just believe me? Yeah. But that could be costly. It's harder to support the degen trading habit than the family. It's so people like me have a job. The family I want to ignore was in the room with us this whole time. If you wouldn't mind, could you put a request for only red candles into end of day? Things are more bearish below 50.25. Cults are your real family anyway. True, yeah. You said you didn't know what it would mean for the rest of the week if we close above 50-50. What about closing here or lower? I mean, this is kind of neutral. Above 50-50 is probably slightly bullish into the end of the week. I'm only able to degen because I don't have a family. Cults are like the mafia. You can never get out Ask Tom Cruise. Popcorn's doing questionable things. He's always doing questionable things. You should see the stuff he smuggles into the country inside his goats. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh, did we break out finally? And then fail? That doesn't count as a breakup. It looks like somebody had a seizure on the trading floor. Yeah. Gherk go green. Gherk back red. Is it worth holding Go EV overnight? Probably not, but I'm going to do it anyway. That was fucking weird. Might just been like a bunch of short calls closing. Fuckers got me. This still looks pretty bearish. No, but a massive amount of delta fell off really, really fast. What a weird move. Tried logging in to average down your 4,900. Did you change the password again? Me? Never. Risk on, fuck it, risk off. Percocet, Molly Percocet. Hmm. Well, that's interesting. Tell the future. Hold on, I'm looking. Hmm. I mean, it looks kind of bearish. It's tricky. There's still a lot of put OI out on tomorrow's expiration, even though that ramp up burned off some of the 0 DTE put OI. And even on today's, if we lose 20, still like a test of 5,000 is possible. That was nuts, though. 50 basis points in like 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Are all the puts they sold to suppress vol still open? Some of them closed on that drop, but not enough of them. There's still a shitload of open sold puts to the downside. Yeah, it's very similar to the one we saw yesterday. Might be somebody rolling a position over. Futures volume is nuts. It's quite high. Higher on the sell-off, right? Like the pump was significantly less. This is interesting. No, not J Dizzle. Could be something else. Hey Dork, you see any like large blocks around 1440, 1438? Red Lobster's filing for bankruptcy? See? Isn't it a good thing we didn't go with that pirate themed restaurant? No competition now. Let's fucking go. Maybe bought to close on those puts. No, that explains the downside move. $14.40. We could buy Red Lobster for pennies on the dollar to build our pirate themed restaurant empire. Where will Caro get his 3-year-old frozen seafood? Subway wouldn't be going out of business if their food was, or Red Lobster wouldn't be going out of business if their food was just slightly better. No joke, 5 years ago, my wife, commercial sales, was invited to a corporate retreat with a vendor. They took 25 sales execs to Red fucking Lobster. Company closed 12 months later. Officials deem Red Lobster as a zombie brand. That's what shareholders like to hear. They've been coasting on cheddar biscuits for a while. You can just make them. It's just biscuit plus cheddar and some seasoning, like extra salt. It's true, Red Lobster could stay in business if they weren't just a front for the finest Tyson and or Ida freezer products. Red Lobster says their endless shrimp promotions are to blame. See? There's a market for those shrimp. People are about to realize the value. I'm buying a 5000p for 25 cents if I get the chance. But we haven't failed 25 yet. Is Red Lobster part of Darden Brands? What about Reese? They can't be doing well either. Who the fuck eats at those places? Not anymore. They spun off from Darden like 10 years ago. Oh, okay. I haven't been in a yard house since 2006. Olive Garden will sell you anything from a cheese grater to a picture on the wall. That should tell you something, that it's really hard to keep a restaurant that's 30,000 square feet open when 90% of your orders are on DoorDash. Unlimited breadsticks, though? It's not even a breadstick. It's like bread foam. They've proofed it so much it has the consistency of like chunky air. It's like walking through the streets of Beijing and breathing deeply. What are you seeing up there? This thing's got dumps like a truck. You sold me? I'm going to Olive Garden for unlimited soup, salad, and foam with my gains today. Yeah. Aerated wheat products. They don't even give unlimited breadsticks. They come out with 4, then 3, then 2, then the bill. I saw the back of an Olive Garden once. It's just 10 microwaves and a hot plate. Can you buy the Soup Plantation brand and bring it back? Ew. You mean bagged salad and like 50-gallon drums of Progresso soup? You could just buy those at the grocery store. Firing shots at 3 different groups in a single sentence. Get wrecked, Olive Garden stands, quick bread industry, and the Chinese population. Everything comes in plastic bags. It's so gross. Yeah. Both theses for Olive Garden. They rally in California after they open up a bread stand and get themselves classified as a bakery, thus avoiding minimum wage laws. I like their dressing. It's just Italian dressing. Chili's is disgusting too. All of those companies have just gotten, like, all of those restaurants have gotten so fucking bad with the cost increases. The quality of their food is at par or below like a Wendy's. Outback Steakhouse has been terrible for years. What chain restaurant is good? Um, Texas Roadhouse is pretty good. Bonefish, yeah, I think I've been there. Cheesecake Factory's fallen off real hard. Cheesecake Factory used to be like good food. Yard House is shit nowadays. I think Morton's is a chain. I worked at a cheesecake factory when I was in high school. It was intense. They have like a ridiculous training program, or they used to. They also used to make all their food instead of just frozen shit that was prepackaged like it is now. I think the word's in shitification. Huh? I got the fill. It's because it's never gonna print. Maggiano's? Oh, they had one of those in California. It wasn't. I went to it like once. It wasn't awful. It was definitely better than Olive Garden. The correct answer is, and will always be Kava. They're public now. They're gonna go downhill too. Do you guys? Did any of you guys ever go to Chipotle before McDonald's bought them? It was so fucking good. Don't remind me of the days of glory. Was that before or after the E. coli? During? During and before. Carrabba's is better than Olive Garden? I don't know what that is. Jersey Mike's is disgusting. Nobu fell off hard as fuck, too. They have them, like, everywhere now. It's almost fast food. I think McDonald's sold shortly after they went public, right? I've never been to a Red Robin. Long John Silver's is better than Red Lobster. Buca de Beppo? Oh, that place, yeah. That's kind of like Maggiano's. Don't go to Red Robin unless you like microwaved burgers. No, no, I don't. Yeah, there are things that like I remember at those restaurants being really good, and they're just inedible now. Like at Chili's, the chicken tenders. I feel like there was a period in my life at some point where Chili's chicken tenders were fucking amazing. No longer true. Fridays, the Jack Daniels fucking chicken things used to be amazing. Also no longer true. You were just poor then? No, it wasn't just the poor. Like the quality of them has gone down substantially. There's just an entire market of making people food that's just decent quality and charging them whatever for it. And no one wants to do that because they don't want to bite into their profits to up the quality of their food. If one of these shit restaurants charged $5 more an entree and turned out food that was actually made from the product described on the menu, there would be an instant success. Nice try to take a dig at my age, trash, but no. The quality it's awful. But that would cost money. They would lose their entire target market. No, they wouldn't. Their entire target market has already moved on. That's why they're going out of business. That's what Texas Roadhouse is going for. They're one of the few doing the decent quality thing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, it's not great. It's a real steak. I mean, also don't forget Chuck E. Cheese. That shit's never been edible. Yeah, okay. Do you think we fail here? I mean, we could. It's getting late. It's not gonna be. It's not as exciting. We're not even that far apart. If I dig at your age, I'm digging at mine. Yeah, but you're a duck. You don't have a lot of time left. There's no risk. The fuck was that? You've got nothing left to lose. Frank Pepe is disgusting. I don't know if it was like good in the 70s or whatever, but it's so fucking bad. That's like a chain now, too. My buddy worked at a first gen Chipotle and they were floored by the quality. It used to be like actual asada, like flank steak, marinated. Now it's like I don't even know where they get the fucking meat cubes from that they serve to people. The burritos were 3 times larger. They were like $8. We still reliving the Chipotle glory days. God, they were so good. And yeah, I mean, yeah, now they're basically just Taco Bell. We're still reliving Gherkin. Move on. The past is the past. I know. But will the Zoomers believe us? Oh, 1 second. Wonder how many people went long AMD at 230. Not me. Panda Express, eh. Employees in Chipotle near me don't even show up near at work. Sweet Green? Is that the place that charges you $25 for a bagged salad? Dos Toros versus Chipotle versus Qdoba versus Moe's. I've only been to 2 of those. Dos Toros is better than Chipotle now. Crumble's disgusting. Pancheros is king. I don't even know what that is. It's just Chipotle. Does Blimpies still exist? Maybe our garbage was through original Matusia are still amazing because they're still privately owned. Okay. How can crumble be disgusting? It's just a giant fucking chunk of like sugar cookie. I'm gonna regret it, but I sold my pets. DM, what's up? Okay, nice. Yeah, I like that. Crumble's cookies that don't have any frosting are good. Eh. Blake Prouty, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. If we close under 30, do you think they bounce it overnight? Closing under 30 is pretty bearish. I don't know. Lose a lot of charm being below 50-50. I'd have to see what charm looks like. I'm not entirely sure. I need that end of day options data. Shout out to anyone that still has Nvidia puts. I can't close mine. It's about to hit my PT though in one day. Epic. It's like a $50 drop. Imagine going to a store that only sells mid cookies. Just fucking make them at home. But you don't get it. They're bigger, and you can take your photo with them and put it on Instagram. They're so bad. They're not even good cookies. It's just shitloads of sugar. It's like so much sugar that you can feel like the crystals popping when you bite into it. Yeah, they're like $8 each. That's for the effect. It's disgusting. All right. It's more sugar than there is in a glass of Georgia sweet tea. Was GoEV dead? No, but almost. It's gonna need to run overnight. Do you have a cookie guy? No. No, I don't. They're very deceptive on the nutritional info too. They advertise each as like 150 calories, but that's per serving. There's 4 servings per cookie. Wild. I can't believe that one cookie is only 600 calories. Is that just like a plain sugar cookie? Do you want a cookie guy? I can move. Huh. That's tempting. Should I bought a fresh lemonade from a New York City vendor and they added an ice cream sized scoop of sugar to it. I mean, that's about how much sugar is in a can of Coke. I'll fax you my portfolio. It's the cookie portfolio. You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't made drunk pretzels. I'll make some delicious brown butter and pecan chocolate chip cookies. Okay, okay. I live in the town Crumble started. There's like 5 other cookie places in a town of 50K. Utah is built different. I don't understand how there's an economy there. Bluestone's the best cappuccino in the city. Best espresso is a Bracco. A Brasso? No, the best espresso is in my kitchen. I will absolutely destroy soft pretzels. That's my vice. Yeah, you're right, La Flama Blanca. Crumble is garbage. You cannot have good espresso without water from Italy. That's horseshit. Well, I know is I paid $4.50 for Culture's cookies, and I didn't regret it. They probably cost 75 cents to make. If you guys ever go to Daily Provisions, do you like donuts? They have a French cruller that is out of this world. DMs. What the fuck is that? Dude, why are these cookies like cream pied? You have to bake them? Ew. They're just cookies. Oh man, that's fucking nasty. See you later, guy who's bored. New favorite cookies just dropped. I'm looking for a solid cake donut spot in the city. Like Federal Donut Pub on 14th and 7th. Or Peter Pan out in Brooklyn. But you don't want to go to fucking Brooklyn. It's not that good. Every donut shop in California is way the fuck better than any donut shop in New York by a mile. Just fucking weird little mom and pop Cambodian donut shops just rocking anything New York City has to offer. There's things that New York City doesn't do well. Donuts is one of them. Donuts, barbecue, Tex-Mex. No, bagels are... New York still has the best bagels. They're mainly Vietnamese owners. Okay. Yeah, Vietnamese and Cambodian. A lot of them are Cambodian because there was like a guy who there's like a documentary about that, but there was like a guy who got Cambodian immigrants to open up donut shops when they came to America. Only one cheese for the rest of your life. What's it going to be? Parmigiano Reggiano, 18 months. Grana Padano? Ew. You know, you're the pleb. Don't read me off the labels of Italian cheeses you find at the local Safeway, okay, dork? The put sellers took my money. Yeah, they did. Kraft singles. Cheese whiz. Save Mart. I've got a 60-day Parmigiano Reggiano called Fulvia that's deliciously nutty with a clean bite. C-mill. So I also have a Stravecchio Parmigiano Reggiano, which is salty as fuck, but delicious. Cavage Gruyere is second pick. Probably, yeah. What do you name your cheese? I want to make a bed of Parmigiano Reggiano and sleep in it with prosciutto sheets. That sounds like a horror movie. I've never had Velveeta. You ever rub food on your body? No. Do you think buying wheels of cheese is a good investment for my long-term port? Maybe. Yeah. How do you feel about smoked cheeses? I've had some smoked, like, mozzarella and Gouda that's pretty good. Would you like to? No. I still can't get over these cum shot cookies this guy sent me. That's fucking disturbing. Look at these. Hold on. I gotta share this with the class, because this is just fucked up. What the fuck? Not safe for work. Yeah. I don't think you can show that on YouTube. Well, I'm out of the culinary closet. Why does everything have to remind me of her? That's just a shitty donut. Don't be showing the cookie. It was possible, but I've lost my wood. Oh my god, I'm crumbing. They're so fucking gross. You can get them with extra protein too. You're messing with us? I am not. Look. Two protein shots, please. I regret coming back to this stream. It's like a barbecue place. Once all the cream filling is gone for the day, they're done. Is this sponsored content? Never. Wait, are they hiring? Ironically, I also said, oh, whoop whoop, the night that Popcorn Kernel was conceived. How did that blow over? You just shilled them for nothing. I mean, no one's gonna eat that, right? They have one that's called a Golden Celebration protein cookie that just has cream dripping out of it covered in sprinkles. I need somebody who can video edit to get the guy from Salt Bay, but he's dropping sprinkles, and then just like a shot from a porno of a cream pie, and the sprinkles are just falling on it. And that's what this cookie looks like. God, that would be an amazing meme. I really need to get better at video editing. Does it say which employee celebrated on it? True. What are you even doing with your life? You gotta get off the internet. Maybe. Maybe. Could you please describe these cookies ASMR style? No reason. They're extremely moist. I tell all the ladies my cookie comes out sprinkle covered. I'm gonna just start carrying a bag of sprinkles around with me, and if I have a one night stand, I'm just gonna like throw them at the person and then run out like a ninja, like a sprinkle ninja. Pocket sprinkles? Yeah. I'd wife you up on the spot if you did that to me. Sprinkle Ninja is my OnlyFans username. I mean, it is now, right? That's probably the most innocent yet disrespectful thing I've heard of in a while. Cream and sprinkling instead of tar and feathering. Oh, Jesus. This has gone too far. One second. Sorry about that. I couldn't get off the phone with that one. Ding ding. Yeah, day's over. Closed at 50.22. This is definitely below the CTA trigger. A close here is probably going to have some relevance. I mean, it's not as big a deal as a close below 5,000 would have been, but it's still a significant decline and puts us that much closer to delta neutral and those JPM long puts. It's also going to drive more of a CTA sell off into tomorrow. Um, this is pretty bad, right? This is the start of the breakdown of that bearish like continuation that we had, right? This whole thing. And yeah, this is where it's starting to break down, right? We had a little brief recovery that failed. So I'd be targeting lower for the rest of the move. That could happen even overnight. Commodities down about 80 points today. Dollar slipping finally back below 106. And yields driving down a little bit as well. A lot of this on the back of the euro rising and unexpectedly hot inflation print that came in this morning. Correlation on the 1 month is still kind of turning around. They're still trying to lever that dispersion trade, but correlation on the 3 month is turning back up again after pulling back yesterday. We've got a little bit of deleveraging in the carry trade. Most of this occurred today. Yield on volatility 5.33% with the yield on the 210 at 8.11. So that's getting pretty tight. Forward yield on volatility remains positive. That's going to continue to drive demand for vol. Move, I'm not sure if that's printed yet for today. Skew dropped 135.6. That might be yesterday too. Yeah, 9% of the, or yeah, 9% of the S&P under its 20-day, or 9% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. And we got a little bit of a decline or increase in correlation between spot VIX and cash, although it's staying very tight. It hasn't really picked up a lot of positive correlation yet. And 0.36 rate cuts priced in, or 36 and a half points of rate cuts priced in for the rest of 2024. A little bit earlier today, I think that hit like 33. It's pretty much staying flat. There was a little bit of movement on it yesterday during Powell's speech, but not much until the Fed definitively cuts that last rate hike from this year. We're gonna price it in to some degree, and that's what we're seeing here. So we're not pricing in 2 anymore, but we are still pricing in 1. Oil took a massive hit today, down 300 basis points, and this is a lot of this on the easing of geopolitical tension in Israel, Iran, as it looks more and more like Israel's planning a strike, but they may not commit to it, or if they do, they're planning a small one. It's hard to say how that's going to shake out. Obviously, they could strike back, that could escalate things, and we'll see risk premium be priced right back in. But for now, it seems the tensions are cooling a bit. And I think that's about it for today. Is there anything I didn't cover? I know some of the ECB speakers were talking about they're not entirely sure if they're going to move forward with a rate cut, and so some of the risk of central banks diverting is slightly diminished today, especially after the ECB speakers. If they think that the ECB is going to cut around the same time as the Fed, we're going to price in a little less currency risk. When KRE puts? Not yet. Also, I think the House is voting on Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan bills either today or tomorrow, and then also a Chinese-Russian sanction bill that includes the possible banning of TikTok. All right. For tomorrow, we have jobless claims first thing in the morning. That's going to be moderately important. I mean, we haven't had any labor data for a couple weeks, and so a peek at the labor conditions might offer something up. I doubt it'll have a big effect. I mean, we looked at the beige book today, and it seems like across all of the Fed districts, labor is still quite strong. So I don't think we're going to see any weakening in labor. Obviously, that's bearish. It's positive for the dollar. Wages might be declining, but we're not going to get that report for another couple of weeks. And then we have Philly Fed, which probably won't be very important. And then lastly, tomorrow, I think probably the most important thing tomorrow is going to be existing home sales. They're projected to fall. They may not. If housing demand is still up, that means housing inflation is probably going to stay elevated because prices aren't going to decline. At 1 o'clock tomorrow, we have a 5-year TIPS auction, and that'll give us some insight into the bond market's 5-year expectation for inflation, which, previously was around 1.7%. We may see that rise substantially. So, dude, curious if you could shed some light on this for me. How can a company like Express have 65 million cash on hand and only a 2.9 million market cap? What am I missing? It's got a lot of risk priced in. Also, their cash on hand, I mean, is okay, but look at their debt. Debt is definitely the thing that's scaring investors away there and causing that, shitty PE ratio. All right, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.